Ah! Forgot about that one extra step. Gotta push that stupid button. What? Okay, so last rep bot might not be up today because Streamlabs is being bad again, as they are wont to do. Oh, wait. There we go. There we go. Oh, Lord. Well, whatever I did, now there's double chat in the Streamlabs chat. So hopefully that's not showing up for you guys. Oh, no, it won't be because it's just showing the YouTube thing. But, like, in the Streamlabs window, everybody's speaking twice per... Yeah, so here's the deal. Mentally, I'm good. Like, I'm ready to get back at it. Feel like I've been away too long. Not just from streaming, but like work too. A lot of my productivity has been stymied, obviously, by this. But the reality is that physically, I'm not at 100% yet. I don't have all my energy back yet. My throat still sounds like it had a, you know, something jammed down it for 2 weeks. Streamlabs did make it. Well, it did make trouble double. It's just making you all double. Unless you guys are trouble. I don't think you guys are trouble, though. So yeah, I did wait until I thought I could do full streams again. So we're gonna try to go for a full length stream. Obviously, though, if that ends up not being able to happen, I hope you guys understand. Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for the welcomes. You got Lucha, CJ, Giovanni, Rand, Techy, Trep, Dog, Retro, World Engineer, Linge. How y'all doing? I wonder when my voice is gonna get back to the way it was. Maybe another couple weeks. Oh yeah, that's right. Thank you for reminding me. It has been a while. Hey, CJ. That's why good to see you back for the streams. Just been informed of an imminent death in the family, so the distraction is welcome. Hope you're doing all right yourself. I'm sorry to hear that, CJ. Susato, let me stop interrupting me. Rude. I'm trying to read these messages here. She's in there like, I've been waiting to talk for 1 whole month. Damn it. God, I get it. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, CJ. Hope I can... So, Seki, you and I are about to throw some hands if you don't let me scroll through this chat without you having to interject your bullshit right now. Yeah, I'm still drinking that. I haven't drank it all yet, but I'm still drinking that Sunny D. get all my vitamins. Because I mean, COVID's one of those things where you know you're affected, but you're not actually sure how much you're affected. Even like when the worst of it is past. So, I mean, I guess that's a good thing though, right? Catalyst for good lifestyle changes. These are still gross. I have not missed these. Oh, CJ. Oh. All are worse than I remember. Hey, Max, some good luck on your studying. Just trying to deal with some... I mean, it was only one really bad day for me in terms of like not being able to move. But yeah, my after effects are still ongoing. One thing that didn't happen, and this surprises me, was my breathing. As somebody with asthma and allergies, I expected to have like the breathing issues that usually accompany the virus, but I didn't at all. Like my pulse ox never dropped below. It got to like 95 once because I was I forgot what I was doing. I was doing something. I think I was moving something when I probably shouldn't have been moving something. And so I was a little winded. But, like, that's the lowest that I ever saw it get. And I don't know if it was a combination of all my allergy medication that I take, plus, like, you know, I have an inhaler. Like, I guess maybe that just all kept the breathing stuff at bay. But that's what I expected to be the worst, and it turned out to be, like, the least problematic. That is strange that it just so happened that once you started that halucha, I just didn't end up streaming for a while. I saw Delinar came in. Hello. Thank you, by the way, for all of your assistance, you and Halucha, and helping me getting these VODs together quicker than I normally would have. So I'm not gonna try any alt costumes yet. Maybe next case we'll do that. Because just in case something happened like in the first case where we wouldn't have known that she had a different, like she had her in-game alt, right? That sounds really fun though, CJ. Yeah, that does sound horrid. Tom, I'm glad you're okay, because a lot of people that have that sort of complication don't come out so good. Hey, Daydreamer. That's what, like, when it first, I don't think I actually ever, if I did have it in its initial wave, I was asymptomatic. Or, not necessarily asymptomatic, but it wasn't, because of my seasonal allergies, I deal with that shit a lot, so I was just paranoid all the time that I had it. And I might have at some point, but it never progressed past the point of like the normal seasonal allergies. So I just remember fucking every day being like, oh no. Oh no. Yo, what's up, Tal? And War. I did not lose my sense of taste or smell either. Which when my wife had COVID, she did. And my mom. So that was, I thought that was kind of interesting. I don't know if maybe it's not as much associated with the Omicron variant or what. Yeah, that one day that was really bad. I spiked to 104, and I felt like I couldn't move. I could move, but like my body felt just terrible. Like I got hit by a car, but I didn't die. But I basically could have been one of those people in the hospital that's like wrapped up like a mummy, and like certain things are like hanging to get the, you know, the prevent the overswelling and stuff. It did. I mean, that's hot. I can't remember ever having a fever that high. Yeah, Tom, that. We thought I had the flu too, based on my initial symptoms. But yeah, so sorry if I still don't sound 100%. That'll probably still take a little while. But let's see what I can do with the voices. See what I missed real quick. So you did go to the victim's room then? As we feared. I didn't do anything wrong. I'd never been to his room before. It was the first time. Then, what made you decide to go? I bumped into him when I arrived back at the house. We got chatting, and it developed into a discussion. But he had to go out, so I bade him farewell. That ties in with what Mr. Garrett said. That the victim went out and came back after 8. We met again later that evening at around 9 or just after, when I took him some nice tea I'd brewed as a gift. So it was you who brought the tea that had clearly been drunk at the scene then. And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you? Yes, that's right. That's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet, who was the stronger? It was a delightful debate. I'm sure. Such a stimulating subject, Shakespeare. And the debate became very heated as you slipped poison into Mr. Shamspeare's tea. Well, that's not leading at all. On your own client? Jesus. Hey, Mateo, how's it going? What squeaky voice was Volpe talking about? He's like, I miss your squeaky voice. Like, did I have a squeaky voice before? Oof. Milwaukee, yes, but usually more generally Wisconsin. Because I do operate outside of Milwaukee County too. But yeah, if there's something, it happens a little less with the Great Ace Attorney games, just because we're talking about not only a system that's different, but a system that's like older. So now we're talking more about like advances as opposed to straight differences. Like, oh yeah, this seems like the predecessor to this procedure or whatever. But yeah, but then the rest of the story is just, you know, the story. Agreed. Yeah, but Tail knows. Tail gets it. Appreciate that. And, oh yeah, so you tried to kill him. No, never, not at all. Team Juliet won, that was me. And when I left his room, then he died. The flamboyant fellow was fighting fits. I swear it, categorically. Mr. Natsume, you often say the same thing about yourself, I've noticed. That you have a cursed existence. I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but I've been here in Great Britain for a year now, and in that time I've learned that it's no place for me. It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture. There are foreigners everywhere I look, and they all stare at me. They all laugh. Well, I mean, technically, you're the foreigner. That's the impression I get whenever I go out. It makes me scared to leave my room. Which, like, not to make light of that, because that sounds horrible. Which is why I've become a recluse. But even in my room, I find no respite from my fears. I've moved more times than I can remember, and then 1 week ago I moved into Briar Road. But why? I mean, why did you choose that place? Doesn't seem very comfortable. Because the rent is cheap. I have so little money, it spoke to me. The rent? Obviously, there's a reason why it's cheap. Because the room is cursed. Cursed? Cursed how? The previous occupant, the man who lived there before I took the room, died there. Oh no! He was only a young man, but one morning he was found dead and no one could explain why. Okay. Gyarados might have a little bit of an issue on their hand. Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that. I didn't. The letting agent recommended the place, I wavered. But I want books, and books cost money. A horrible history is a small price to pay. When I realized it would mean I could buy more books, I signed the lease like lightning. Brave or blinkered? Blinkered? Did I read that right? But after I moved in, I soon came to realize what I'd done. I realized how horrible that room's history really was. Gosh, was it really so awful? I wonder if she's saying that like patronizingly, like, wow, was it really that awful, or are you just a little bitch? How did the room's horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsume? What happened? At first, it was just a feeling of beady eyes boring into my back, watching me. Do you think that might just have been your mind playing tricks on you? No, no, no. My mind doesn't know any tricks. That's the first time I've seen that response to that question. That's pretty good. My mind doesn't know any tricks. What the fuck are you talking about? I guess I have done that a few times, haven't I? It was someone else. It's been one long nightmare ever since I was given the keys to the place. A nightmare? Been having bad dreams, you mean? All the souls who've died in that room will lean over me. Wait, yeah, lean over me in my sleep and try to strangle me. That really is horrible. I get the feeling he was like, roll eyes when that happened. Now I come to think of it, it happened again last night too. Very same night that Mr. Shamspear was writhing in agony from the poison in his body. Man, wouldn't that have been something? He's dying and he's just like, I need to write my final epitaph. Epitaph? Is it th or th? Very same night, yeah. Read that poorly already. I was on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in my room. You simply must move out of that room as soon as possible. Epitaph. She's just a little too earnest at times. I think there's a little veil of sarcasm behind it. Yes, you're right, I know it, and that's why I'm already searching for the next room with a history to call home. Dude, maybe you should take your ass home. Perhaps you should try to avoid accommodations with any kind of history at all. Otherwise, I'm scared that you yourself may become history. Yeah, Jesus, that's not what I would have said. Susanoo-san knows how to make the man listen. Of course, Mr. Lord of the Manor is worried about the curse on my room as well. You mean Mr. Gyarados? Yes, he knows that if people keep dying there, he'll never be able to rent it out again. Yeah, no shit. He might end up getting put in prison on being suspected of murder if people kept dying there. Oh, she's very tactful, for sure. Well, that's true. I, for one, wouldn't go near the place. I don't want to go near the place now, and I'm not even renting it. Ah, perhaps. That may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps and his tenants' movements. You mean because he's worried about their well-being? Could be the opposite reason. Because he's getting ready to kill him. He does seem to have an unusually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. There must be a reason why he keeps such close tabs on the occupants of his let rooms. What do you mean he pays as much attention to the gas? He pays so much attention to the gas lamps. Oh dear, no, it's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. Please forget I said anything. Oh, now you're talking about me behind my back as well. What's important is that Mr. Shamspear isn't in fact dead at all. Once he's come around and he's able to tell us what happened, we'll be able to get you released. Yes, please. Oh, I do hope you're right. Excuse me. Inspector Gregson. Couldn't help over here. And what you... Okay, I gotta get his voice back. Couldn't help over here on what you just said. And on that note, I have some good news and some bad news. Oh. Which do you want first? Always, every time, the bad news comes first. I agree. Is that how you guys normally... I normally like to hear the bad stuff first. So that I can get thrown out of the window, but hopefully the good news provides a, like, firefighter safe cushion for me to fall onto. Not all the time. Sometimes I still splatter onto the ground, but you know. Yeah, if he's dealing with these gas prices, right? An inconvenience to my wallet that my tenants keep dying. It is quite unfortunate. Hey, Bolero. Yeah. Yeah, yep, always bad news. When hope is all you have, hold on to it. That's my guiding principle. I did that. I can dig that. Alright, well, in that case, the good news it is. Motherfucker! Huh? Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything in that way. Then why'd you ask me my preference? As you might have heard, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, was just unconscious. He's come round now. Yes, we saw it happen in all of its terrifying glory. I completely forgot that he was still alive. Still being treated by the doctors, but we managed to get a written statement from him already. I have a feeling that's not so wonderful. Oh, isn't that wonderful, Mr. Natsume? Oh, thank goodness. It's all over then. I can leave this somber self. Is that what I didn't even notice, to be honest? That's funny though. And a happy Memorial Day to you as well, and everyone else that's in our United States of America. Yeah, you better find the actual culprit. Oh, you have to bring up John Cena. Oh. Every time I watch a full wrestling program and there's no John Cena in sight, I smile. Just a little more. Just a little more. You're already into V3? Wow. Because you just started one kind of recently because you were hoping to wait. Man, you blew through that. The owner of the Doomsday oh God. I shouldn't try that right now. My mind can't catch up with that speech. Oh, by the way, I won't be dancing for a while. At least I'm gonna try not to dance at all. That includes the Twitch streams, because there is nothing that gets me winded faster than dancing. I get hype, but as soon as I start trying to move and groove, my body's like, all right, dog. Hey, hold up. We ain't there yet. Oh, I see. Okay. That makes a little more sense then. That's why you're there already.
Congratulations!
There you go, Rand. Freudian slip. You lose your rhythm. It's not even that. It's just I get fucking tired. Oh. Hey, CJ did it, everybody. Good job, CJ. I still have to look at those too. Probably a good thing you speed ran through that game. That game is definitely not everyone's cup of tea, and for good reason. Yeah, my brain, like I said, mentally I'm there, so mentally I'm like ready, and then my body's like... It's the exact opposite of that song. My mind's telling me yes, but my body's telling me no. Like that. Sorry. I'll just apologize for that. My singing voice definitely isn't that the what little teeny bit of a singing voice I have still is gone. Oh yeah, it is shitty, but entertaining. I agree there. Oh, thank goodness, it's all over that I can leave this somber cell. Sorry, sunshine, it ain't like that. That's not on the cards. What? Why ever not, Inspector? Mr. Shakespeare has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night. Implicated someone? Dude, just spit it out. Oh dear. You don't mean... Sorry to say I do. Yes, he's pointing the finger at you, Mr. Natsume. Ah! By sweet poison that he seeketh to end my life. That wicked... Cated... Oh, those are difficult words to say. Wicked... Is it catif? I have no idea. I don't... If I've seen that word before, I have no memory of it. Oh, I definitely respect it. He's in to being Shakespeare. A contemptible or cowardly person. Huh. Okay. That wicked caitiff. Suseki Natsume. No. So I'm afraid you'll be appearing in court as planned. We want to make the necessary preparations. We've been through this before, so we don't know what to do. Rights, blah, blah, blah. Yada, yada. No! A wretch. That's interesting. Well, we have a pretty interesting discussion about that, I think, at the end of the game. But it is very interesting to see, like, how divisive that game is to the fandom. Yo, what's up, OG? And so, once again, Soseki-san found himself having to take the dock in the Old Bailey. Whether his room was haunted or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. Dude he should be in Hope's Peak as the ultimate unlucky person. In this series. We know in present time Ace Attorney, that'd be Maya. You managed to slip on a banana peel and then touch the knife, and then the knife somehow got washed of everything except just your fingerprints. Oh fuck, I might be a war criminal. Maggie, yeah, that'd be a good call too. I assume he still has his job because as far as the government was concerned, or as far as the law is concerned, he didn't really have a choice. So there's probably some level of understanding there, especially since the law and, or like prosecutors and the yard seem to work very closely together in terms of like, you know. That's my guess. Well, there's room. Oh, yeah. The following day, I would represent him in court and do my utmost to break the curse that blighted him. I didn't even read this before. The Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro? I'm sure that gives something away, but I don't know what a Kokoro is. Oh, McAfee security scan, go away. Scans my computer every day just to say, hey, you don't have our premium service. Fuck you. I know I don't. That's true. Technically, this takes place before 1.5. So I guess, technically speaking, I don't know if he kept his job or not. I forgot about that. There's a bunch of things I forgot about this case. So hopefully I will not need to ask, but perhaps. I just use Windows Defender too. I should probably just get rid of like any trace of the software, and then I don't have to worry about it. Because Windows Defender seems to do just fine. Oh, I see. Okay. That makes sense. The Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all at the same time. This is definitely a they're probably pointing this more towards being like the Old Bailey being so prestigious. I would argue that he's still mostly dealing with nerves. Zayat nerves probably didn't matter which court I went to. Big county, or like big Milwaukee County courthouse, or like say the smaller Ozaki or Walworth or Waukesha County courthouses. Either way, it was nerve-wracking for like the first probably year and a half. And then after that, I just slipped into sort of a comfortability. There are two things. There are two parts of every trial: the procedural aspect and the substantive aspect. Procedural aspect is how everything like is supposed to play out. We do this, we do this, we do this, we do this. And the substantive stuff is all the actual like specific facts and the law that we're dealing with and whatever relative to the facts of the case. This is always going to kind of fluctuate, right? Because all cases are different. But this aspect is very much the same in most cases. And when you become more comfortable, a lot more comfortable with the procedure, it makes taking on this part easier in terms of your comfort level, because you don't have to worry so much about one half of it anymore because you got it down. Now you can focus more on making sure that you focus on this aspect of it. All right, Larry and Umbra. Take it easy. Good luck in your class. So yeah, it's just one less thing to worry about. That's my line. I seem to get blah, blah, blah. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line. Good morning! Ah, good morning, Mr. Natsume. How are you? It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here. Yes, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back. But now this! Another morning, another murder, and here I am again in this hellhole. Can't keep coming to court! Beginning to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid I have some bad news. Oh! I mean, good news. Mr. Natsume, good morning. Yes, morning. So here we are again. Yes, again. Judicial Assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquiris. What's the bad news? Oh dear, you heard, did you? Ooh. You come in shouting at the top of your voice. People can't help hearing what you say. Oh, I am sorry. Wunderbar. Good morning! I do not have such a cheery good morning. Mine's like, oh, good morning. Man, okay, let me just bitch about something kind of off topic for just 1 minute. Time it 60 seconds right now. I just found out that the coffee that I've been drinking for like the past month has been decaf. And on one hand, I'm furious that I was so stupid as to not just read that the coffee was decaf. But I'm also infuriated that it's even in our house to begin with. Like, it's apparently bought accidentally. Which, like, okay, that happens. But then let us just throw the rest of it out because it is worthless. I was like, why hasn't this coffee been working? It tastes okay, but where's the effect it's supposed to have? So sad. These are new. Yeah, I got these. These are Turtle Beaches. I got them at a Target for like half off. For some reason, the white and purple ones were like they were all on sale, but these were like especially on sale. I'm like, shit. If y'all don't want the white and purple ones, I'll take them. Good. Coming better with my incision in my rants. Why don't I send, this is why you don't send your dog do the grocery shopping. Yeah, I know, right? I guess I was just happy that she came back and didn't get distracted by a squirrel. You've done nothing wrong, Mr. Sato. Now, what is it? We are fucked. Well, it seems that the prosecution of today's trial will be led by Lord Baron Van Zix. Van Zix. Why can I suddenly not say his name? Lord Barak Van Zix. Van Zix? How? I would have just expected this. Oh, no. If I'm Renosuke, I sit back like, Motherfucker hasn't beaten me yet. What do I have to worry about? Yeah, we have... As far as we know, he is the only prosecutor in London. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey, the most legendary prosecutor in the land. In the trial 2 days ago, pursued Soseki-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth, we managed to pull through, but still. Non-capitals usually have more than one prosecutor. The only municipalities that have like one prosecutor is like, would probably be like a really, really small, it'd have to be a really sparse county. A really sparse county. Like Lovin County. Yes, they probably only had the one prosecutor. Oh, I'd pat myself on the back so hard I'd break it, probably. Good job, Twain, that you weren't corrupt. They could have gotten plague of some sort. I don't know. Yeah, most other places are definitely going to have more than one prosecutor. Because, like, even in a small, not like Loving County, but like a more of like a small-ish county. Like, there are some counties in northwestern Wisconsin that are quite sparse. Not anywhere near Loving County, but you know, we're talking about like populations maybe in the single thousands as opposed to like double, like 4 figures in terms of five as compared to 5 figures. Maybe I'm full of shit. Maybe it's 5. Even then, when crime's low in general, it's still a lot of work to be the only prosecutor. That's like, that can cause problems. What was it Loving, or was it a different place that we were talking about where basically the city had to shut down for like a week because the county had to like shut down for a week because the county clerk went on vacation and they just had the one? Or maybe I read about that outside of stream. Maybe we didn't talk about that on stream. But it was someplace where like they had to shut down operations because the only person authorized to carry out those operations was on vacation for a week. They have like 10 jurors. Yeah, which makes sense that you'd still have a handful. Now, California, obviously, it's a big place. Even the sparser populated areas are probably a little more heavily dense than like our sparse counties. But still, just in terms of like lower volume, you still need more than one in most cases. Yeah, that might have been something that happened over the past few weeks that I heard about and just assumed we had talked about it. But yeah, there was something like that happened in a small county with one county clerk. The clerk either went on vacation or got sick or something for a week, and they basically just had to shut down. They just shut down county operations for a week because of that. Mike. Hey, boy. I thought you all were able to drive like 110 miles an hour and completely barren roads in the desert.
Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter, after all.
Well, it was the end of that matter, technically. Yes, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper that says, oh, this matter. Nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Van Zeeks is the prosecutor. Oh no!
And even if that person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another.
And we've experienced it firsthand! Man was successfully defended. A man we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal. Right here in the Old Bailey. Hey, that's been a big problem with our city recently. Tom and I had a conversation about that. Ah, do I have to put up with those ice-cold eyes boring into my soul again? Cursed by evil spirits and now by the Reaper. Pair of petrifying perils, potentially.
Well, if it's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume.
Welcome, student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Ah, yeah, me, yeah. I am innocent, you have to believe me. You, more than anyone now. Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle, I promise. This promises to be a hard battle, I fear. Ha! That's a good question. Because technically at some point you're still gonna be in the dock of the Old Bailey, even if there's a plea bargain. So... I didn't see the kids. Sir, even if the kids weren't present, you were still going 30 over. Yeah, but then I wasn't going like 50 over at least. I'm gonna do a reaction to like highlights and stuff. Hopefully some extended highlights, not just like, oh, the meme stuff. Obviously people have seen the meme stuff. But stuff a little more in depth once everything's done. So I've seen some stuff, but I haven't seen everything yet for that reason that I wanted to react to some of it blind. But I would agree, she is attractive. She does her job well too, which adds to the attraction. In depth. Yes and no. It's being overblown by the media in terms of like every little problem or every little mistake gets like blown up, right? But if you actually look at it in a vacuum as a whatever 6-week trial, whatever it was, is it actually really a was it really that much of a circus compared to like similar circumstances? I don't know. Maybe not. Right, like Tom said, it's the news is, once the news watches it, it becomes a different type of beast. Rottenborn, that is an Ace Attorney name for real. Well, and that's interesting, because you're in Finland, aren't you? Why would Finland give a shit about what Johnny Depp and Amber Heard are arguing about? All civil cases are public. They're of public record, at least. To put this much focus on it is different. But usually, unless you're dealing with minors, your cases aren't going to be sealed. They're going to be a public record. Yeah, it's a defamation case. Oh, I see. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, there aren't actually a ton of circumstances where cases get sealed, and that's done are done under seal, I should say, conducted under seal, and that's for a very good reason. It's that for the most part, the judiciary wants to seem transparent because they're supposed to be an unbiased, branch of government. Unlike legislative and executive. But the news and stuff still has to actually engage in it. There have been other cases with celebrities like that didn't blow up to this extent. Criminal cases, when they're charged as minors, are not technically... Well, okay, this depends. In our state, if you're charged with a crime as a juvenile, you're actually in juvenile court, and the case is called a delinquency. It's not called a crime. You're not found guilty, you're found delinquent. And that's when you can, spend time in juvie and stuff like that. Those records will all be under seal. If a minor is tried as an adult, though, it'll likely all be public. You guys remember the big trial that happened in my state that got a lot of attention a few years ago with the attempted killing. The two girls attempted to kill the one girl because of the whole the Slender Man story or whatever. They were both minors. But everybody knew everything that was happening because they were being tried as adults. And as soon as it was decided that they'd be tried as adults, we would know everything that was going on. Yeah, I mean, one reason I'm doing it, obviously, is because it would be good for views. But also, I think it can legitimately be good supplemental material for, stuff I've already talked about. Hold on. I'll be right back. What?
Let the show begin!
Okay. Well... I wish I could show you, but I don't think the webcam will stretch that far. It seems as though one of our a big piece of one of our neighbor's tree just fell into our backyard. So... my wife is looking at it. Neither her or my dog were outside, so they're fine. But my wife is assessing any other potential damage at the moment, so I'll just leave it at that until we know more. It's not like the trunk. It's not like the tree, you know, fell over, but it was a pretty fucking thick branch. Yeah, just thankful none of us were outside when that happened. I don't know. It is weird, because, like, we can tell it came from his tree, but it's almost like it did this weird spin. So I don't know at what trajectory that it fell and what it all hit. Like I said, she's looking at everything right now. It's possible the fence is hit.
Well, the trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom. Substitution jutsu.
Tree. Well, they're these, actually, well, they are the parents of paper. They also have these, like, green things called leaves. They're like green paper that grow out from them. They house animals that like trees. Things called squirrels. Those are big. Tumbleweed, but massive and less rolling. The much friendlier cousins of cacti. Printers are the parents of printed paper.
Trial is scheduled to begin shortly. Should move into the courtroom.
Let's go.
Oh yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it. Mr. Sholmes, I mean.
That's probably for the best.
Oh!
If he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. And that could be seen as a weakness. If Lord Van Zeeks were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least that's my gut feeling. Oh my god, stop being a bitch! Just, if you can get help, just accept it. You have to, I can't be seen as being given any help. He's gonna insult my penis size.
Mr. Naruhodo.
You're right. Yes, you're so right. Oh, well said, locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Well said. I swear on this sword at my side. I swear on this sword at my side, and on the spirit of Cosmo that it harbors. I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free with honor. Hey, whoever said Cosmo's soul was in that sword, I think he's adding some properties to that sword to up its value in order to flip it later. I'm pretty sure he's full of shit.
Oh yes!
Printer's the mom, so Tree's dad. That's fair. Hey, King, how's it going? Like, how do you know that his soul's in there? Well, I mean, I was with him when he died. That doesn't... Did you see the soul go in the sword? Did you perform some ritual that puts the soul in the sword? Did the sword soak in his own blood and absorb his soul? No, it was just there. Why didn't I expect this? Why did I not expect this? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. I don't remember what voice I gave him. Was it sexy? It is a vampire, yes. Do you want me to come with you? Ouch. My wife's going to talk to our neighbor. Do you want me to come with you? She's like, not in your outfit. I don't give a fuck. My neighbor sees me in my Stewie pants. That doesn't... My Stewie pajama pants. Doesn't change anything for me. Similar to Manfred, less over the top. The prosecution is ready.
The defense is ready, my lord. Readiness for the trial, my learned Nipponese friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeats. You know, that's a lot of shit talking from a dude who hasn't beaten me yet. It's not just in my imagination, it's really there. Lord Van Zeeks has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason. It was some time ago now that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all. Yet now he's back in the courtroom, though for some reason, only when I'm defending. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. No, I'd go! I offered to go! She apparently would be embarrassed with me there with my Stewie pajama pants. As though I can't be an intimidating figure. I don't even need to be an intimidating figure, it's just our fucking neighbor. Like, bruh, we need to take care of this. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Soseki-san's trial. Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty? I don't remember half of these voices. His was like a kind of a stiff voice, wasn't it? Absolutely. I had a feeling this larrikin wasn't innocent before. Oh yeah, that's great. That's great. This is how our jury system should be working. I remember hers. I must say that I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refuses to sit right. Oh, well, I rather like how you're wearing your hats. I think the ruthless look is very fetching, actually. Oh, we have at least one new juror. That's because he's never fucking home. Do you want to leave a note? Well, don't worry about it for now then. I said, don't worry about it for now then. Just go to your parents' place. Figure it out. I promise you, he reads big words. Okay, so I can at least get one new voice in here. I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick. I do declare. Couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight. Missus will go through true to roof. Oh yeah, this guy. You took me away from my construction job again. Because there's only 18 people in London. Huh? Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict. The British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? I don't even know what to say about this. I'm gonna be right back.
me see if I can show you guys. It's gonna be too. Oh. Then Discord here. Unfortunately, I'm 1 inch too short to have been given that power. If I was 6'5", I'd be able to do that. 6'4", on the other hand, a little more limited. Okay, so it looks kind of weird because the screen, you'll see the window screen is like over it. It looks like there's a net or whatever, but you'll get the basic idea. Oh no! Stop that. Hey, man. Well, at least that's just one stream, right? Just think about it. After all that stuff's done, you'll be free. Okay, so this is the branch that fell. Oh, Jesus. It's a bit. Our backyard. You see what I mean by the screen, the window screen is in the way, but yeah, that's the branch. That would have hurt. It's big enough where that would have hurt had we been outside. So, hey guys, just make sure you're taking care of your trees. Hi, Abic. My name's Twain. We called your school to verify. They're the only ones to answer the summons, and yet they're the ones that are bitching all the time. I guess he did. Tried to fucking murder me. Just, unfortunately for him, I'm never outside. Little did he know. The British GM. It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of judgment is in the hand of 6 members of the public. Like, the same 6 members of the public. Every time. That the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt. 6 citizens of London, the only 6 citizens of London, chosen at random. Not really, or at least that's the idea. The prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. See, This would be something. This would probably be a point of debate. Before the trial, I would think. Because the prosecution would want to be able to mention this. Whereas, as the defense attorney, I wouldn't want it mentioned at all, even though he was found innocent. Because it's... I haven't done words. It's bad. So yeah, Tom knows what I mean. So this would definitely be something where it would likely be discussed ahead of time, because I would want to make sure that it was not mentioned at all. This is legit the sort of thing that if the judge was feeling particularly irritated and thinks it may have tainted the jury, that he could declare a mistrial right now. I'd probably move for it if I'm Ryunosuke. Not necessarily that I would expect it to happen, but I would still move for it. Because this is terrible. Perjurous. Perjure. Yeah, I was in jail. How could it have been me? It is not for the same crime. This is a different attempted murder on a different person. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty. What? What? What do you mean accordingly? As if that's what you're supposed to do. This fucking idiot. Yeah, so of course we wanted the same people back because that makes all the fucking sense in the world. Oh my god. Oh, ho, 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 ho. This might be worse than any single offense made in the first game. That is hot garbage. Hey JB, what's up? I have played Chrono Trigger. I haven't played it in a while though. That's on my, high up on my replay list. Because the last time I played it, I was probably 15. So that scene wasn't as I probably will, the scene will be, the whole scene will be different for me now than it was then. I mean like procedural offense. Well, of course it didn't take long. When they're literally like, hey, he was just on trial, tainted, so we brought back as many of the same jurors as we could from a different case entirely. But it involved this person. More taint. So much taint. Oh my God. Well, I wasn't expecting my mind to be blown like this today. Of course. Makes complete sense. Very well, let us commence the trial. Do you think that's worse? Maybe it would be more fair to say they're on the same level of bad. Cause like, well, in theory at least, the landlord thing could be beneficial. Whereas like, this is almost certainly going to be prejudicial. They are both nauseating. Yeah. That was a different one though. We're talking about when Joan was the juror in a case in which the murder happened in front of her home by her tenant. She just so happened to randomly get picked. Oh my God. Oh, sure. Yeah, if we're talking about like an objective viewpoint as opposed to just from our client's perspective. Whew. Lord Van Zeeks, your opening statement, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision, but I'm gonna mention it anyways. However, the innocent verdict afforded to this eccentric Nipponese before, objection, has had dire consequences. Oh, I disagree, Tom. It could be subjectively good for my client. In which case, as an attorney, that's what matters. Not that he's actually guilty. As a defense attorney, you're there to get your client off. You don't care about an injustice of the system. If it meant that your client is innocent, is declared innocent, you don't care about that. Well, to a certain extent, we have our own ethical rules, right? But in terms of like, if you're Ryunosuke's position with what he knows, or what he thinks he knows at least, that's what he cared about.
Yes. Sprite limitations. Oh, we had sprite limitations, guys. Sorry. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetuate a most blood-curdling crime. Namely, that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. Oh God, objection. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witness to the stand. Oh, I'm sorry, don't I get an opening statement from all your fucking, garbage? The detective responsible for investigating the scene and the accused himself. We're in hell, CJ. We're in hell. Witness your names and occupations, please. Yes, sir. Oh, yes. Again, he calls my client to the stand. No right to remain silent here, I guess. You should... that's a movie that you might find interesting, Halucha, if you ever get a chance to see it. 12 Angry Men. It's just called 12. It's not called 12 Angry White Men, right? It's just called 12 Angry Men. Although that's like the subject. It's a good movie. At least I remember it being good. I watched it most recently when I was in law school, so it's still been 10 years since I've last watched it. Well, because it's like it's part of the story, right? So it almost seems natural. I honestly have no idea if they had anything similar around the turn of the century. No idea. I'm sure we could find out, but something I'll look up later. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector, Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. Soseki Natsume from the Empire of Japan. You know, after the way Van Zeeks presented his case in the opening statement, I would have highly suggested my client not refer to his nation as the Empire of Japan. Oh, that's cool. That would have been cool to see. We didn't have anything that fun. Okay, it's not, yeah, they're the British Empire, that's fine. Let them feel all the power they want, okay? Don't be like, I'm from the Empire of Japan. It's almost like borderline threatening. It can be perceived that way, at least. Fuck you! Oh, you British people, like that. Maybe... You just gave me an idea, Tom. I'm gonna have to ponder on that for a little while. Maybe. Just think about it later. Think about it later. Focus on our dumbass client now. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture. Mr. Natsume? Yes, my lord, sir. I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken, but you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember it as if it were yesterday. The day before, in fact, my lord, but close enough. Believe me, this is the last place I want to be. Motherfucker, the whole point is that he didn't need to be in your courtroom in the first goddamn place. Or shouldn't have been. So from the 1600s, okay. That makes sense. Because honestly, one of the things I'm not entirely like clear about when it comes to our legal system's history is we take a lot of stuff from old British common law. I am honestly not sure if there's anything that we took originally, like when we first established, Constitution amendments, Bill of Rights, that stuff. If there was anything that was specifically added outside of the stuff related to states, because that was our thing, right? That Tom might know. Tom is a more learned historical scholar than I. Which is why I took the American Legal History class, but I don't remember us going over that specific topic. Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court. Right you are, sir. The incident occurred at the Garrett household where the defendant has lodgings. The ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare. The defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shakespeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strychnine. He was found the following morning when the landlord, suspected something was wrong, broke down the door. This means, I presume, that the door in the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident? Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry to or exit from the room impossible. Although the victim, Mr. Shakespeare, lives to tell tale, he very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. Hold on. And I might need a refresher on this. How do we know that he was actually dead or dying? Because dude just woke up like it was nothing. Do we know that there was even poison in his system? Johnny, why didn't the condom work? I was the first officer on the scene, my lord. I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked. Yeah, he slumped over. He looks deceased, but he wasn't. I guess I have an issue with this whole premise being that we poisoned him, where there is no actual evidence yet that he was poisoned. And if there is, which Van Zix might show later, because that's what these games do, that should have been one of the first things he talked about. Not talking about it until later doesn't make any sense. Because now this just seems weird. Yes, a chilling thing indeed. The man looks very much deceased. That's right. Everyone present believes that's exactly what he was. And you were all wrong. You're not going to be able to get away with a lot of murder, that's for goddamn sure. Or the spirit could just be like, it was him. Alright, you can send me now. The only people that can get away with it are summoners, since they can send you away, they can kill you and then send you away before you can tell anybody. Mrs. Green's Miss Green was a little different in that we saw a knife in her back, at least, right? So we know something happened. There doesn't seem to be any, like, indication that anything had happened other than the dude was passed out. They even mentioned that he was still warm at one point. And if his heart had stopped for that long and he wasn't breathing, his brain would be fucked up. That's why some people don't want CPR done to them. It's you might think, because that's what I just assumed that everybody wanted CPR done to them if it could possibly save their lives. There are a lot of people, especially in the medical field, because happens that a lot of the people I've done wills for in the medical field are like, no, I don't want that done to me, because you know what could happen to you even if they manage to save your life? CPR is not just rougher than you think it is in terms of, like, it could fucking break your rib cage, but you have no idea what's gonna happen to your brain even without oxygen for a short period of time. A lot of times they don't. So they're like, that was something I learned. I started doing basic wills. Like, I didn't realize it was like that. I knew it was like, it's not as easy or inconsequential as you might see in fiction, but I didn't know it was like that. Well, it's okay, CJ. You said the rips problem anyways. So, yeah. Very well. I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court. CJ over here talking about farts and shit, and we're talking about life and death situations. This guy. This fucking guy. Now then, Mr. Natsume.
Yes.
As a defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture?
They're haunted by evil spirits. Well, right, that's what I'm saying. The worst of your problems could be that even being deprived of oxygen, your brain being deprived of oxygen for even a short period of time can absolutely fuck your brain up. So there's no way this dude wasn't breathing for hours and just got up like, up. My mind's working perfectly. I've had ribs that were so good that they didn't need barbecue sauce, but that's because they had like a rub on them. It was a dry rub, but it was a rub nonetheless, as opposed to just like just the meat. Oh, sorry to hear that, Tom.
Good gracious, what's haunted?
My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. Yeah, that is what happened. I mean, she's technically stabbed by someone, but it wasn't intentional. She intended on stabbing a different person. My neighbor was poisoned, and me, what about me? I've nearly been killed countless times.
Killed, Mr. Natsume? How?
You know, that fateful night it happened when I returned from Mr. Shamspear's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me. Your Honor, I would like to change our plea from not guilty to insanity, please.
You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume.
But it's so cold! My runny nose would freeze! The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed?
Thank you, witnesses. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events.
If I could raise one more point, my lord, one more. Conclusive point.
Conclusive? Go on.
Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspear, has regained consciousness after his ordeal. And he has named the true culprit. So fucking bring him in. I have the right to confront my accusers. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused.
The accused? Good grief!
Order, order! Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. If Soseki-san is innocent, then why? Why is the victim accused him? We should have the opportunity to cross-examine him and figure that out! It would be hearsay, and this would not fall under one of the exemptions for hearsay when he's saying he's literally the person who tried to kill him. That's something that you would have to have the right to cross-examine yourself. . The times where there are exceptions for that particular sort of statement or accusation is if the person is, like, dead or otherwise incapacitated. But even then, it's not, like, there are still limitations to it.
Oh, Mr. Natsume, what do you have to say to this accusation?
We have hearsay and conjecture. Those are kinds of evidence.
Lionel Hutz. That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I brought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never.
Public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information we've heard before. You want information I want to hear? Otherwise, I'm gonna motion to dismiss this entire fucking case? Evidence that he was poisoned! I don't want to hear anything else. Anything else. Until you show me there was some evidence that dude was poisoned.
That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for a formal testimony. Presume the prosecution has no objection?
None whatsoever, my lord. If they want to submit that, yeah, there are times where they might accept the simple written affidavit as evidence, but in that particular situation, they would have if I'm the judge, I would demand that the students be produced to give formal testimony on whatever they witnessed.
Good. Then you will give your account of events on the night in question to the court now.
Yeah. Yes, my lord. I mean, I always assume they had to have. But there's also a difference between having knowledge and familiarity with one's own system that they spoof, like in the original Ace Attorney games where it's in Japan, California. And another, if you're trying to go back in time to a different system entirely in a different country. So I would be surprised if they knew as much about early 20th century British law versus more modern Japanese law. It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor and I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. Ah! My tea was completely harmless! He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? You're saying he was poisoned by strychnine. Where is the evidence that he was poisoned by strychnine? You could have just said fucking any poison. Give me a medical report that says there was strychnine in his body. Oh my god.
Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. Victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Ah! Hold up. Back the fuck up. You're the witness. You don't determine what argument stands, Gregson. So why don't you shut your goddamn mouth and just stick to the facts? You can't assume they have a report. That's not something we should have to assume. That's a very important point in these legal proceedings. Oh my God. Yeah, this case has not started strong. Or I should say the trial part of the case has not started strong. Yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward. This takes place before the 5th case. So whether he keeps his job after that, we're not sure yet. But remember, this is a flashback. Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Your Honor, who let this woman start talking? Fucking, Your Honor, these women, we can't give them too much, leeway. They'll start thinking they're equal or some shit. Mr. Natsume claims his tea to have been harmless, presumably, though. The teacups have been examined for traces of the poison, haven't they? That is another really good point, Susan. I'm glad somebody's bringing up that, hey, let's see some traces of poison. Otherwise, you're bullshitting. Although, before I saw traces on the teacups, I would still want to see that there are traces in his body. That they came to that conclusion in the first place. All right, later, Tom. Good luck. I came back to say, Wabbin! Wabbin! Why didn't I think of that? Susano's better at your job than you are. She's just not allowed to talk because she's a female. Dames, give them an inch, they take a mile. How about this crazy notion of them getting jobs? Next thing you know, they'll be wanting to drive automobiles. Like how I went from like southern to East Coast there. Well, as it happens, no. We haven't been able to. Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect substance? How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done? My learned Nipponi's friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked. Unable? Why? It's simple enough. There's none left. Not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. With current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. That's actually a really interesting line, because if you think about it, would they have said that back then? Like, because they're not even sure, in theory at least, they're not even sure that there is such a method. But here they're assuming that there is, they just don't know what it is yet. Which, like, the further you go back in time, the less likely that sort of thinking, forward thinking, is communicated. You missed me becoming quite irritated, Techy. Quite irritated.
Well, yeah, that's why, like, now, because of how quickly technology is developing, we become more likely to be able to make that sort of statement. Not entirely, because there are still things that happen where, like, oh my god, I can't believe that happened. But, like, the further you go back in time, the less rapid everything was, so it's more like, it's harder to conceive, because not used to such, you know, advances. I think this was post-Leech's time period. It's not a big deal. I'm not criticizing it. I just thought it was curious because it's like, we would say that. We would be very likely to say something like that. But 1900, would they? I don't know. Interesting question.
Let the show begin!
Hey, Arsenal's my favorite football club. Well, international. Otherwise, it's the Sounders in terms of States football. Because we don't have our own team yet. Mike. Again, I'm not saying anything conclusive one way or the other. I just thought that I just figured that was an interesting thought. Oh, I need a drop. That one drop does actually have to exist. Funnily enough. Is that funny? How is that funny? Anyways. The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question. Where is the evidence that he was even poisoned? They could just be making all this shit up. Oh, that's interesting, Lynn. Yeah. In other RPGs where it's like, the perspective is different, so why would they say it like that? Genshin has that issue sometimes, and they've actually changed it, like, over time. Like, there's one line where they mention a penny. And it's like, that line doesn't make sense, because they don't, that's not how their money system works. They have Mora. They don't have pennies and nickels and dimes and quarters. Sort of. That's only part of it, Techy. You're right. But that's only part of it. And one of the reasons that the Kellogg brothers, I think they were brothers, right, broke off in terms of, like, they diverged in their thinking, is that the one that ended up being most successful with it and took it further wanted to add more flavor to it. And the other did not, because the other liked the fact that it was that it was blander, because he was kind of the ultra zealot. That's actually a really interesting story. I just learned about that a few weeks ago. I see, thank you. Matter's clear. Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend. What? You can see it in their faces, I'm sure. The recognition of the accused's guilt. They're all giving their normal faces.
Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot... Objection, Your Honor! This has nothing to fucking... Oh my god. Shut up! No. If you're wondering, attorneys are not allowed to just talk shit like this to each other. A good judge would be like, shut up. Just shut your goddamn mouth. They're normal for them. Oh no, it's not that he wants to go home. He wants to go work so he can get the 5 bobs he needs for the wife, you know. I want you at my head. You will lose and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity. Did you just threaten to kill my client? Nah, so like in theory it would be like entertaining, but in actual practice it would do a lot to taint the process. Because it would a lot of it would be done as like means of deflection or like just misdirection in a very weak sense. Like I just talk shit and the jury will get frazzled because I'm just talking shit. As opposed to it being like an actual legal maneuver. Just right across the face, one swipe. Rinosuke's like, what is that for? I didn't do anything. He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. They look at you like they always look at you. So I guess if they're always looking daggers at you, that'd be true. But I can't let them beat me down. I won't. Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination. No! No, my lord! I move to dismiss this case immediately unless they can produce evidence that the victim was actually poisoned! My throat hurts. I have hurt my throat. I didn't expect to do this much yelling in my first stream back. Oh, God. I need to take it easy. I need to relax. I absolutely need to relax. Because I'm gonna... Again, my body's not where my mind is. Yes, my lord. Well, okay, do you consider his ad hominem to be part of his arguments? Because I do. I consider them part of his overall arguments. And if you do consider all of his insults to be part of his arguments are not very good. Because they get watered down with him just attempting to insult people. And even if you have a good point about something, that point can lose its strength if you follow it up with several bad points. Even though in a vacuum, it shouldn't affect that point. Arguments are more than just each individual part, right? That, however, doesn't actually suddenly make his argument better, even though that was more of a thing at the time. That doesn't make his argument any better. His argument's still bad. Because then you'd have to take everything based on time period. And we honestly don't know enough about time period. Neither you nor I, then, to make an evaluation on that. They're not, but his are. I'm trying to think of one that wasn't. Because they're all made in an argumentative, like, way, right? Like, as though that is a reason why we should not be believed. Like you said, because it's presented in court. Maybe, but that's I'm not sure that would be an assumption I'd be ready to make. So I guess I would just avoid, like, comparing them with jury trials without actually seeing how they would work in a jury trial. Because that's a lot different than a bench trial. I know I operate a lot different between jury and bench trials. Because, one, you just really have to prove the law to the judge. The judge is going to be like, okay, good legal argument. Whereas in a jury trial, you have to appeal to the jury. Which is, they're generally going to come off differently. I mean, if we're being as straight edge as it actually would be, that air guitar wouldn't be alright either. It'd be hilarious, but the judge would tell him to knock that shit off. It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor and I took some tea with me as a gift. Oh, yeah, we did those. Duh.
Hold it!
If it actually played music, that would be worse. In the court, at least. Outside the court, it'd be amazing. Yeah, he's not good at his job. Anybody who thinks the judge is good at his job just has no idea what they're talking about. It's no hint. No hint or no hints. One of the two. Were you and your neighbor good friends then? Ah, no, we weren't friends. Not at all. Not at all. Never, ever. Simple no would have sufficed. Then, why did you decide to pay him a visit? Mr. Shamspeare fancies himself as having great literary knowledge. As a fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together. Come now, no Nipponese could understand the finer... I can't anymore. I can't. Cooler heads did prevail.
I haven't had a drop of booze in a month. And I was like, I'm just gonna go chug the rest of that rum that I had downstairs. There's not that much, maybe like this much in the bottle, something like that. But that's still a lot to just be chugging after not drinking any alcohol for a month. So instead we got nice dessert. Yeah, nothing techy says is anything techy says is speculation. Because this is actually his first time being in on one of the streams. Obviously they were, because he was. He doing it alone answers that the question was to answer that question is yes. But that's not even how he posed the question. It wasn't even a question, he simply stated there's no way they could know the finer points of English literature. There's no way he could know that. You can't just make up bullshit like that. Like, the way you posed it is a legitimate question. And if he asked, I'm curious, how much does... Now, if I'm Rinosuke, I'd still say objection relevance. Like, doesn't matter how much he knows versus... Because he could know very little and still argue. Live in the age of Twitter. We know the answer that's the case. He doesn't actually have to know finer points for the argument, for them to have argued over it. That's another problem with Van Zeek's stupid statement. My conclusion was it was generally around 1900, give or take a few years. So everything about what Van Zeek's just said showed what a fucking awful prosecutor he is. That statement was trash. Just devoid of any meaningful substance to the argument. Absolute garbage. And on the night in question, that was the topic of conversation as well, I presume. It was the day of my last trial when I was acquitted. I just arrived back at my lodgings, so I decided to discuss English literature when I ran into Shakespeare outside on the street. That was around 6 o'clock. We exchanged one or two pleasantries, but it soon turned into a heated discussion. Okay, so here's a pro tip. If you have a trial in which you are acquitted, just go to sleep for the rest of the day. Just don't do anything else. Go home, take your ass home, and go to sleep. Don't do anything else.
He was on his way out at the time, though. I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate. Did I have ill intentions? No, not one, not two, not any. Not at all. Never, ever. A simple no would have sufficed, I feel. Ooh. Good dog with the history. Then tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room. I don't think he would consider it dabbing, but kind of. Hold it! He just makes random poses. A literary debate about Shakespeare's works, I think you said, didn't you? Shakespeare? Ah, a very worthy topic of conversation, I must say. Oh yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet, who was stronger? It was a profoundly pleasurable parley. Romeo and Juliet? Who was stronger? I know I'm going to regret asking this, but how did the debate go? Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly with the reenactment. So we battled it out, in a Greco-Roman style, naturally. What? So we're going to determine which of two people were stronger by wrestling each other, even though we are neither of the two people. You should not, Mike, no. I would highly advise against such a celebratory act. What? To be fair, though, Shakespeare doesn't either. Yeah, see, Shakespeare didn't either. Mr. Shakespeare had all sorts of costumes in his room for such a... That doesn't change anything other than how you're dressed. Oh my god. This is an incredibly stupid situation. Mr. Shakespeare had all sorts of costumes in his room for just such a contest. So, when you say a reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume? He as Romeo, I as Juliet, and after a vigorous, wild tussle, I as Juliet came out on top, a victory I'll cherish forever. Oh my god. This is absolutely ridiculous. I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage. The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct? I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see. It's true, there was no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room. I wanted to do something nice, to be friendly. Why is it everyone's looking at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless, of course it was. Do you have any basis for that? Does the prosecution have any basis for the tea being dangerous? It's so simple. I don't see any medical report.
They actually could just be making this all up. Oh, he was poisoned! Oh, he was! Oh. I'll be right back. I need to blow my nose real quick. Shoot. Oh, that's the good stuff. My wife must have purchased some tissue with Vicks. That's Vicks infused. And I know I'm sure at some point they're actually going to provide that evidence. Otherwise, this whole case is pure garbage if they don't. But even so, even if they do, the fact that it still isn't presented yet is unbelievable. Do you have any basis for that statement, witness?
Hold it!
Yes. There was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there? That's correct. Anyone would think the fellow had never had a pot of tea before. Must have licked it dry. Which is a pity, as one drop is all we would have needed to analyze it for poison. You say that you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume? Yes, definitely. By heaven and earth, I swear it. Landlord was able to verify that, as it happens. Confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 that night. How was the landlord able to attest to this? He, said it was the lamps, I believe. The lamps, Inspector. The tenants return to their rooms and start using gas. The lamps in other parts of the house flicker. Yes, Mr. Garrett seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants. There's only one key to Mr. Shamspear's room, I know that for certain. So he must have locked the door himself from inside his room. Victim has confirmed that to be the case, yes. I'm right, my tea was harmless, completely harmless. If you take poison, you die. Everyone knows that. It's not that simple, I'm afraid. Oh, what do you mean? People don't keel over immediately after taking it. That doesn't actually explain why he didn't die, though. That just explains why it didn't take effect immediately. That's a good question. Let's see. I have 85 hours in the Great Ace Attorney 1 and 2 so far. That has to be padded to some degree, though. I think it was similar. It was a little less than that for the original trilogy. We'll just say, let's say it's roughly around 200 hours between the trilogy, these two games, and the two investigation games. And Apollo Justice. Maybe with Apollo, it's higher. The problem is that 85 hours for these games seems high. It seems very high. I didn't spend 60-something hours on the first game. And I know it didn't hit 100 hours for the trilogy. The trilogy is not even super long compared to the other series that we've played. Yeah, because everything I see is doubled. So, I mean, with Apollo Justice, it's probably more than... maybe like 220? 230? 230 is probably. I think Apollo Justice wasn't super long, but... I'd still probably put somewhere between 30 and 40 hours in it. Something happened when I logged into it because like everything, like if you were to see my window right now, everything, like every chat gets doubled. Oh, hold on. Sorry, I forgot to do this. CJ earlier.
Hold it!
How long does it take for symptoms to appear then? According to the coroner I was speaking to at the yard, about 30 minutes after the poison's consumed, the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping, and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. So there's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. There seems to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Oh dear, death by poisoning again. It's always so awful. 30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. This isn't addressing the primary issue. The question is, why did he die? Can't deny that. Further degrades Seki-san's alibi. Thank God! Oh! The fact that this was not immediately introduced is just really... it shows a lack of understanding of how the legal system would have worked. Should work. There's no way. There is no fucking way that it would have taken them this long to present the whole evidence behind why there is a trial in the first place. Oh my God. It's the prosecutor's fault. Well, assuming that the prosecutor knew about... Actually, no. Even, they didn't even have to know. If I'm Van Zieks, before this even starts, before this trial even starts, I go, before I even press charges, I'm like, do you have a medical report? Because we have to prove that the man was actually poisoned. Yes. Okay. So it's mostly on Van Zieks. Almost all on Van Zieks. 99.9% on Van Zieks. Not surprising, because Van Zieks has shown himself to be nothing but incompetent so far.
Jesus, CJ, do you have like Danny thumbs or something?
I have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. Spells it out, really. The accused is the only person who could have done it. Very well. The court will add this report to the court record as evidence.
Oh yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms. There we go. It took, what, 3 tries? Delayed onset of symptoms. Great. Ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine, toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of the substance having been mixed with the tea the victim was drinking. High likelihood? Not certainty. No sample could be obtained for testing. Poison incident occurred at around 1:30 a.m. on 21st February. Test from the victim's pocket watch appears to be broken when the man collapsed after the delayed onset of symptoms. But doesn't say why didn't he die? Like he had a coma? Why was it a coma? Because he didn't ingest enough? Because it was mixed? There's no explanation for that. I mean, we have some substance here.
Hold it!
So, sure, you're probably right, Trep, but that's not sufficient when we're talking about a court of law and details and fact-finding. Like, that is entirely insufficient. Because a small amount of something can still kill you, depending on what it is. So what do we mean by small amount? Small amount in like an objectively minuscule amount by measurements? A subjectively small amount in terms of this amount cannot poison you? Cannot be a lethal dose? Like that's just a... You're probably right, and that's what they meant, but that's, again, really bad writing. Or case presentation, however you want to call it. We shouldn't have to guess that the dose wasn't high enough. These should be things that are in the medical report. This is not something where we should have to assume. As the player, the game should be spelling that out. There are a lot of cases in games where you don't necessarily want something spelled out, right? I get that. I do. It's better for storytelling. You want the players to use their minds, you know, whatever. A legal game, and we're making legal arguments, is not one of those games where that's appropriate. We are never in trial just like, oh, well, we'll assume this happened. We'll assume it's because of this. No, that's absolutely ridiculous. The argument still stands, you say, even though you're not the person to be making that statement. This is what Mr. Natsume has been saying, isn't it? Pair of them drank tea together that night, so if there's poison in it, the victim wouldn't have been able to lock the door after the accused left later on. Exactly. Me and my tea are innocent, sweet and innocent, I tell you. I'm afraid, sir, that doesn't follow. You see, strychnine, Strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for symptoms to appear. So you could have left the room up to 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea. As long as you did that, Mr. Shamspeare could have locked the door after you'd gone. This is what Van Ziek should be saying, not Gregson, because we already have this in Gregson's testimony. He wouldn't be arguing with the witness here. Of course, they wouldn't just both be on the stand at the same time either, so. But no! We drank the tea straight away. The battle over whether Romeo or Juliet was stronger, that came after the tea. Do you have any evidence to support that statement? In my great homeland, the Empire of Japan, we have a saying. That is not evidence. That's just a saying. Drink tea while it's hot. Sure, a proverb will satisfy the prosecution. Sure, a proverb will certainly satisfy the prosecution. I'm afraid there's no conclusive proof to support the defendant's assertion. On the contrary, there are sufficient grounds to infer his guilt in this matter. Ooh. Back it up, Judge. Back it up. Let's not turn into Udgy here. Let's not turn into Udgy. I like you because you're not Udgy. I mean, you're no Japanese judge. That dude's a Giga Chad. But no. That's the extent of their testimony, is it? I could voice a personal opinion, Mr. Naruhodo. Of course, go ahead. It's going to be better than my personal opinion. Mr. Natsume is arguing for his innocence so adamantly and so persistently that Inspector Gregson just brushes what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating. I agree. We need to find an inconsistency in what the inspector is saying, I think. I'm afraid so. As things stand, the jurors are sure to find Mr. Natsume guilty. Excuse me. As I see it, what we need to focus on is the poison in the tea. Also, the judge shouldn't be fucking saying that when there's a jury to deliberate. The judge shouldn't be influencing what the jury should be concluding. Ooh, I don't know. I remember Kermit being more competent, but I also remember more competent than Udgy. But I also remember Kermit saying some really stupid things himself. So I guess I'd be inclined to say I think as of right now I would put him above Kermit. What's the Kermit Dash tech? Is it for Muppet Speedrun? Yes, I don't care what this hoser says, yeah? Let's listen carefully to his testimony again. Yes! Okay, that's the receipt, street map. What's this? I can't think straight right now. I'm so infuriated by this case. 30 minutes after ingestion, I realized the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. No container. Because it doesn't seem like we're supposed to present this yet. They talk about they talk about that 30 minutes from when they started playing. I don't remember what this was supposed to be. I mean, he was still in costume. Okay, I don't think there's anything contradictory there. At 11? They said the poisoning happened at 1:30.
Objection!
Mr. Natsume, you say it was 11 p.m. when you left to return to your room, correct? Yes! And Inspector Gregson, can we rely on the information in the medical report unconditionally? Yes, let's ask a non-expert if we can rely on that expert. Of course we can. Is there a problem with that report, Sunshine? Actually, I think there's a very big problem, because there's a chronological inconsistency between it and the defendant's testimony. A chrono what? What are you on about? According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning, and yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11. Ah! Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. In other words, there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room. How could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? Ah! They both do that. The defense's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Venzeeks? By insulting my Nipponese friend, obviously. Pray forgive the discourtesy if my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hallowed chalice this luncheon. How could it have happened, you ask? I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. See, this is the problem. A lot of Van Zeek's words are just conclusory statements with no actual substance to back them up. He just like says this shit. It doesn't mean anything until you actually back it up with anything. You could just completely remove these parts of his argument and it wouldn't actually change the argument at all. That means he has a lot of unnecessary fluff. And in some cases, objectionable fluff. A phantom? Is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left? For example, at the time stated in the medical report, yes, at around 1:30.
Objection!
Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. In Japan, there is a well-known... Oh, no, that's not the argument you make, you moron. Drink tea while it's hot.
Objection!
He is right to object there. And in my country, there's an even more apt saying. There is nothing more refreshing than cold tea. Wait, is that true? I thought British people took their tea hot as well. Do they drink it cold? Okay, CJ, you're confusing me. Okay. Thank you. It's like, no, yes, no, yes? Oh yeah, iced tea, because that's iced. All right, techie. The point is, if there was such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned. Other possibilities. What sort of possibilities, counsel? Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor. Another visitor? That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend, from someone who has nothing to substantiate it. Or, the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition. You suggest this may have been a suicide, counsel?
Objection!
Well, attempted suicide. Mr. Shamspeare has categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted.
Objection!
But he could be lying. Okay, Rinosuke is embarrassing himself now. It's not that he can't make that argument, it's that the way he's making the argument. Is something wrong, Lord Van Zieks? I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Carriage? What carriage? To take your client away. It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. Not me. Out, out, brief candle. Life is but a walking shadow. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then it's heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. There are certainly, I agree with CJ, there are certainly logical reasons why somebody would lie about that. Because, like, you don't necessarily want, you might not necessarily want people to know that you were doing that. What if your insurance found out that you were suicidal? You know what happened to your rates? Who, sir, are you? William Shamspeare, my lord. Alas, 'twas I, undone by these bitter events. I am the victim. What? What's he doing here? He should be here. This is good. This is a good thing. Hey, Bergen, thank you for the sub. The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed. He was in the hospital. For me, I don't care. I want him there. You're calling him as a witness? Of course he... What? They said he woke up. And, you know... This is a period of time where like, oh, you're awake. All right, get the fuck out of my bed. Need to bring another plague victim in here. Not the plague, but you know, a lot more shit going on than in terms of like. You're calling him as a witness? That makes perfect sense, counsel. Are you an idiot? I grant your request with interest. That's interesting. I wonder if that... I've never heard that. I've never heard it said like that before. I wonder if that's like an actual legal term. With interest. If a judge says that. Makes a ruling with interest. Or is it him just saying that he is very interested in this person as a witness? I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself. Happy and I, Shakespeare, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. Why is his smile a frown? It's like this weird... He's got the Elon Musk thing going on. Have you guys ever seen Elon Musk smile? It's a frown, but it's also a smile. It's fucking weird. But I still have my own tale to tell. My own tale of worse woe. A smown. A smown. Not just the corner of your mouth, but also, like if your cheeks go up like this, they're not gonna go up and you frown, right? At least they shouldn't. But with Elon Musk, they do. It goes up, but then he's it's so weird. It's so weird. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because that's mostly where his comes from. Like his cheeks, you can tell that he's smiling. You see his face, and you're getting happiness. But if you just look at the curvature of his mouth, it's like, and it looks weird. I know. What a genius! What a genius! Revolutionizing the way we think of facial expressions. What can't the man do? Other than not act like a child. I can regale the court with the tale of my perfect innocence in perfect English. That will do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court now hear from the victim. All right, later, hand him. Thank you for hanging out. Have a good night. All right, so that's Mr. Shamsphere. Oh yeah, we saw him earlier. But who's that other man beside him with the gigantic fucking chin? Yes, I think I feel sure that we've caught a glimpse of that man before. State your names and occupations for the court, please, witnesses. A writer of words so sweet, they do scent the breeze. An inventor of ideas so profound they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare. Was a great bard to be recalled to life anew. Lo, what a magnificent man. Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle. William Shakespeare. A drawn B-meterman? Meter man. Oh, the name's Meterman, Adrian B. Meterman. I work for the Altamont Gas Company, East End branch office. Ah, I remember now. It was yesterday on Briar Road. Oh yes, she's right. It's him. Right, he's checking the... yeah, okay. Hey, I got a scram. Imagine Pearly with that chin, so cute. Well, that wouldn't have been my first reaction personally, but... yes, we spotted him outside Mr. Garrett's house that morning. He's a gas company employee? What does he have to do with this case? So, Mr. William Shakespeare, you are the victim in this miserable affair, correct? Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember that sweet poison that didst cross me and mine innocent lips? I subpoenaed him for the trial, with his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt from the jurors' minds, I'm sure. Behold, you have only to rearrange the letters of my name to see that me's a seraph. And a... Did he really name himself Shakespeare so that he could rearrange the letters to spell out me's a seraph? An angel indeed! Thus be I noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be. Yeah, could be a fallen angel. We don't know if that's his real surname or if he gave that shit to him himself. A lover of Shakespeare, but he just happens to be named William Shakespeare. That dude might have gotten his name changed. Because there isn't a less contrived meaning in your name. No, not at all. Jurors seem very moved by this man, I'm afraid. Okay, those are different looks, I see. Even she's smiling. Actually taking this seraph anagram idea seriously? No, not him. He can't hear him. What? Anvil? No, I don't need one of those right now. I need an anvil like I need a punch to the face. Yeah, he just wants to go to work. Thank you, witnesses, for your illuminating introductions. My lord, what's the man next to Mr. Shakespeare doing here? The gasman, I believe. I mean...
What will be? Well now.
Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence? When you suggested that the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question, and moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar. What? No, I didn't quite say that. This young chin stroker is here to controvert your wild claims conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Meterman?
Hang on, no, I'm just here.
Hereby call for your formal testimony. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question. One may smile and be a villain. Yes, it doth pain me. But let the truth be spoken. The truth of that wintry night of my discontent. The snow lay about, my neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. But merry, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. Isn't this a country? You're saying he, right after he left, you fell over? That says it happened at 1:30. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, naught else.
I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, to keep an eye on his room. No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed Eastern fella.
Wait, what'd you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shamster's room all night?
Hey, that's right. Of course, the bloke's window's all blocked up, isn't it? There's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. So I spent all night trying to keep me teeth from chattering as I peered in through that.
Damn, CJ catching the not the mongrel's elbow. That's not what I... It's another word for dog. Not mongrel, that's not the word I'm thinking of. They must have a lot of fucking employees then, right? Good for them creating all those jobs. By then having to go spy on people and their gas usage. Not mutt. That's not what I'm thinking of. It's not like rascal. Canine, the canine elbow. That's what I'm thinking of. Caught the canine elbow. Brr! That's your band hammer. It's called the canine's elbow. The question is, sir, why?
Ah, well now that's because he's on my list.
What a piece of work is a man! Wherefore wouldst thou not stare in wonderment? What are you talking about? Dude wants people to stare at him, spy on him. The buzzing busybody hath not part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed. Make no more ado about his tedious words.
What'd you say about me?
He's actually a bumblebee. Hey, everyone else seemed to have forgotten canine. Nobody even suggested that word. A drone bee? Okay, because I would never have gotten that. That makes sense.
What'd you say about me? The bee?
Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more.
Indeed, that is so.
And as the testimony we have just heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime. That one dude's just trying to get a date. He's not talking about the case.
Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Dear God, please let it be the final testimony of this trial. This trial needs to be taken out back and shot in the head. Yes, my lord. I kind of like his grin as an emote, like a ah ah. It's like a pun. It's almost like a good like pun emote. They're like ah. Well, you'd have to know what the people's elbow is to get the canine's elbow. Even though, wait, is that technically an elbow on dogs? Or do they technically have 4 opposed knees? I don't know. Yeah, I'll add it to the Discord. To be clear, by neighbor, you are referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume? Oh, indeed, sire. Perchance thou wouldst that I call him the man from upstairs? And at what time did the mustachioed Nipponese visit you in your room? Our meeting was promised for the hour of 9, and lo, did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea.
Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes.
And we were embroiled in such a literary debate as history hath not seen before. By which I presume he means their discussion about who is stronger, Romeo or Juliet. I, Shakespeare, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbor played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as would our characters be to bring weight upon our merry experiments.
God, I dare not imagine the scene. Seriously, don't tell me any more about the scene.
Frailty, thy name is woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had heard of the Eastern art of jujitsu, but ne'er did I dream 'twould be a skilled practice by the comedy maiden? Because it's not. Juliet beat Romeo up? This is not helping our case. I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debates. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room? My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I will do thy bidding. What merry bitter was his drink, blah, 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 blah. Let me stop you there. Mr. Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. free gift Twitch sub to the non-member that bestows this GIF as a usable animated emote in our Discord server. This is fantastic. Yes. This is my thinking dance. My dance of thought and wonder. Well, I was gonna give it to somebody other than Halucha, because Halucha's already got some lined up. But yeah, I mean, if you want to do it too, that's fun. I just want this. I want to dance in the Discord. I don't think we're sure. No, I don't think we are. If the defendant had really put the poison into your tea, that 3-hour window of time is something you're gonna have to explain. Gladly, it is an easy task. What? I did drink of the tea not while my guest did it tarry, but after he took leave of me. 2.5 hours after he left? Faith, 'twas stone cold, but at 1 hour post midnight, verily were my lips parched.
Objection.
That doesn't sound normal. That's not a good objection. Nay, it's quite ordinary, sire, after all. Thou wouldst recall our fiery debate. Amidst such argument, there'd be no time for fiery tea. Romeo and Juliet again. And who was stronger? Mr. Shamspeare, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker? But of course, my liege. 'Twas the stooped lover of words did attempt to shuffle me off this mortal coil. I don't know what rotoscoping is. Fiery. I've always had that. I've always mispronounced that word, and I still can't get over it. I've had Tone on a video on this very channel tell me it was fiery 6 years ago. I still can't stop. Oh, that's cool. We all know what that means. I thought that was called something else. Shit. What's the name? They put the balls on you. And then they have you do whatever. And then they layer it over with whatever they're doing. It wasn't rotoscoping. Motion capture. Oh, you're actually drawing over. I see. Okay. Well, I would be a fan of rotoscoping, because give me drawing over the old, this newfangled 3D motion any day.
Hold it!
So you didn't have any kind of evening meal, dinner, supper? What, do you guys see there being something that distinguished dinner and supper? I used to think supper was just the way old people called dinner. The word supper makes me cringe. I don't know what it is, but I hear the word, somebody say the word, and it makes me cringe because I feel like I'm talking to a 120-year-old person. But it was explained to me recently that this other person saw supper as late dinner, and that there is an actual distinguishing characteristic. Supper was a snack. That is definitely not. It's not a snack here. It's a full-blown meal. Not a full-blown meal, but like it's a substantial eating. Not just like I had some chips. That was my supper. So they refer to it as their main meal. And thus dinner could be lunch. And then supper would be a meal after dinner then. Depending on your region profession. I guess it makes sense then that the person that told me this is from a more rural area. Not that they're not farmers themselves, but if you come from a more rural area, I guess I would expect that to be more of a thing then. That makes sense. I have not seen that. No. Five main meals? Good lord. We don't have 5 meals. We have 3. I like that they're called mid-snack and eve snack, though. I'm moving the Philly. That's why you don't gorge yourself before Lent, I guess. Issues with not feeding your guests? I don't feed guests if they're just coming over for a little while. I only feed a guest if they're coming over specifically for a meal. I will say, hey, do you want some water or a snack or something? But I'm not making a meal for somebody that's coming over like 3 hours before dinner. Or 3 hours after dinner. Because you ain't got shit else to do. Terminally online. So breakfast, lunch, and dinner. There's brunch, but brunch normally just means you're hungover or didn't have a chance to eat breakfast, so you're combining breakfast and lunch. But then you're likely not having lunch. Sorry? I would that my belly were full no more oft than the sun doth rise. Okay, yeah, if you invite somebody over and you're like, oh, I'm sorry, I gotta go eat dinner now, I'm gonna go in the other room while you sit here and do whatever, that's kind of a dick move.
I've had situations, especially when I was younger, where I'd have a friend over and like my parents might be like, oh yeah, we're eating. We like your food's ready. Like, does your friend want anything? And they might say no, but they're always offered. That's kind of weird. I would just feel awkward the whole time. As either person. Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say. Night and day do I fill my hours with learned study of the great bard and playwrights. Hence is it that these doth not in my chamber be than the costumes of mine art. That would appear to be the case, as even a rodent was found starved to death in your room. God, even a rat somehow starved to death in your room. Oh, man. Now that I think about it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from that room, is it? I don't recall seeing a single play or script anywhere. For I have devoured them all. You've eaten them? For every word would be within my skull? Didst thou imagine otherwise? Right. That wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around, do you think? Which brings us to the conclusion could have passed the victim's lips, is in the T. Hold it! But the windows of that house have been all filled in. Have all been filled in. Historical artifacts of the now defunct window tax. Yeah, you're right there, all bricked up horribly. But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom of the corner that's been opened up. I was looking in through that gap. Yes, there were a few bricks loose, weren't there? For some strange reason, a couple bars of soap lined up on the ledge outside as well. I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially since it can't fit most of the time, and especially on freezing cold nights. But them's my orders, so that's what I'll keep doing, as long as there's breath in me body. What's with all the theatrics today? Out of interest, Mr. Meterman, after the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all? No, he never left. He was in that room the whole time, as far as I'm concerned. And we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide. How can you be sure of that? The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room and hence didn't dispose of the poison's container himself, it's clear that this was no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle. Ah, yes. Lucidly explained, counsel. Thank you. It really was. You can't argue with the logic. That was some better arguments. We know Van Zeeks can do it, he just doesn't half the time because he's an asshole. Hold it! You say a short little round-backed Eastern fella. So you can't be sure it was the defendant then? Objection! Hey, motherfucker, let him answer the goddamn question. Okay, I will admit, this is one of his more reasonable racial arguments, just from a mathematical perspective. But still. How many other short little round-backed Nipponese with a mustache do you think there are in London? God.
Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap and it's quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. But he showed up at around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself.
When the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shamster drink tea together?
Sorry, I couldn't say.
Why not?
Because I couldn't see into the room all that well, could I? What I did see was a silhouette of that little round-backed fella wearing a pretty dress. Then the pair of them started some kind of wrestling match, I tell you. I didn't know what to make of it.
Ah, I suppose that was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway. Mr. Meterman, allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question?
No question. Gasman's honor.
I didn't think it would be him. Costumes for what, like dressing up? When we get back to Dual Destinies, I'll go back to the suits. But there's no real suits happening. Well, I mean, he's wearing a suit, but he's sure. My lord! Goodness me. Yes, Mr. Foreman. I've kept my mouth shut and listened up to now, but this has gone on long enough. Are you all with me?
Yes!
Are we to understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury are in agreement with one another? That you've reached a unanimous decision? Too right we have. Again, for those that might have missed it, when I talked about this in every other game, well, I guess it's just basically last game. Juries can't just interrupt and be like, we're ready to pass judgment. They have to wait until arguments or the parties have rested and the arguments have closed, which is not up to the jury to decide. So this is bullshit. Are you all with me?
Yes!
Wait, no, the defense is in the middle of a cross-examination. To be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man, especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room.
Yes, the 3 missing hours, as you put it. But in the end, what difference do they make? None, as far as I can see. And since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer.
Like I was saying before, if I don't take 5 Bob home with me tonight, Mrs. will blow her top. Huh? What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said. Oh, right. Yeah, no, I don't want to do it. 2 reasons. One, I want to make sure that there aren't like new outfits that come in anyways, even after, and I don't want the answer to this, we will see once the news case starts, obviously. If there was some wardrobe change that was going to happen in the next case anyways, and like there was in the first case, which we would have completely missed, and 2, it just makes sense to keep them clothed as they were before 1-5 for the sake of continuity, since this is a flashback case. But then for future cases, we can look at changing it up. Very well, let the court be apprised of your decisions. Oh, we're gonna do that thing before that apparently no one else does, but we've done it in every case in England. And in fact, twice in 2 of the cases. 2 of the cases or 1 of the cases? Anyways. Some very special thing that we do all the time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your learnings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Wait.
Guilty.
Wait for it.
Guilty!
Guilty. He has the best guilty by far. Guilty. All of you? Well, it would appear that the jury is indeed unanimous. So, this time at least, it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say, except that this has happened in every one of our cases so far. This calls for a toast, I feel. To the guilty being punished. Ugh. Ah!
Get up, Mr. Naruhodo, please. The trial isn't over yet.
What do you mean, Miss Usato? Don't you remember that thing that we do every goddamn time? I know, they have to re-talk about it because it's the first English trial in this second game.
About the information I found in this Encyclopedia of British Law I have. The obscure right that belongs to the defense in these situations, remember?
That obscure right. So obscure that we use it every case. Summation examination. That, if it was a thing, it should not be obscure at all because everyone should always be utilizing it. Even if there's not much of a chance that they would win, you should always be doing it. You don't just sit there and be like, okay, we just take the guilty plea. We have no other recourse, really, except for that one. Yes, that's right. We don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course. But here in a British court of law, if we can reverse the decisions of a majority of the jurors, we can force the trial to continue. This trial can't end now. Whatever it takes, I just can't let that happen. The defense moves to invoke its right to a summation examination, my lord. Why am I not surprised at my learned Nipponese friend's inability to admit defeat? Because a good defense attorney would utilize anything at their disposal to get their client found to be innocent, and this is one very reasonable avenue. And perhaps we've done it in every case, and you've never won one. You choose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth. Sticks and stones, my boy. Certainly no other defense counsel in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination, except for you, several times. Because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered. That sounds lazy. Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. The defense counsel's request is granted. This court will proceed with the summation examination as outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law. Thank you, my lord. Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman? Believe me, my lord, we know all about this young lad's tenacity. And we're ready for it. Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused. The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man. Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid. Oh, just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all... You know, juror number 3, you were my boy. You always were a voice of reason throughout all the bullshit that we'd been through. But now you got him fucked up.
Are you kidding me?
Thank you, KY. And has a mustache. Oh man, how do you feel about your other fellow jurors that all have mustaches except for you? Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and has a mustache. Very fishy. It's fishy to be Japanese. There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman, for now at least. I really don't care, I just need this trial to end quickly. 3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know? Nothing at all. Okay. I knew it. Every single one of them seems completely convinced.
It would seem that all the jurors have come to the conclusion that Mr. Shamspeare is a fine, upstanding, and honest citizen.
If you ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements.
Sadly, nothing Mr. Natsume has said appears to have registered at all.
Well, here goes. Let's not forget. I pleaded with the jury on Soseki-san's behalf before and it worked, so you never know. You were the chosen one! You're supposed to bring balance to the jury and the law.
Before we begin, it might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how a summation examination works, Mr. Naruhodo.
Well, no, I already know. No need. Thank you for the kind offer, Mr. Sato, but I've been through plenty of these summation examinations already now. I think it's important that we don't delay the start any longer than necessary.
Of course, I understand, and I'm quite sure you're right. If you're confused by anything at any point, you can turn to me for advice whenever you'd like. I'll be here for you.
The key to this is really listen carefully to each juror's statement. Finding two that are contradictory and pitting the corresponding jurors against each other. Without further ado, please, counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem noble but poor. Can some of them also be liars? I've no doubt about it, considering I'm one myself. Like that shaky client of yours, for example. Absolutely not. Mr. Natsume is no liar. Look, the point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was the Japanese man's tea. When you take the gasman's testimony into account as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer. Ah, well, that's alarmingly logical. But let me be frank here. I'm a gentleman with a gentleman's values. If it turns out that old Shakespearean chum is a rotten liar after all, I gladly change my decision about the defendant. I'm sure my fellow gentlemen on the jury would do the same. Isn't that right?
Well, yes, perhaps, though I don't see it happening.
Hey, what's that? Only gent in the end there, you know. You'll have to speak up. Look, I really don't care about all this nonsense. I just need this trial to be over. How many gentlemen do we actually have on the jury, then? All right, sir. I may hold you to that. Don't forget what you said.
Fair play. Fair play is like a legit professional juror now. He's gotten better as his experience progresses.
Hold it!
Are you saying you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's rather splendid?
No, that's not what I said. The point is, the man is the victim here. What reason would he have to lie? And yes, he is rather splendid.
So you say, yet again.
Meanwhile, the man who stands accused behaves so suspiciously it's exhausting to look at him. I'm afraid he's not splendid at all.
Splendid logic there, madam. Thank you so much.
Hold it!
No, not one of those things. Not one of those things is a reason to find the man guilty.
But he is fishy. There's no point dancing around the fact. He's Japanese, he has a mustache, and he stoops. You see, you arrived at the conclusion in just 3 steps. 3 steps, like a waltz, in fact. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more this trial seems like a dance.
You seem to be several steps ahead of yourself, though, and you're on the wrong foot. No, there's nothing but circumstantial evidence here. There's no actual proof of the defendant's guilt.
But the victim's version of events is backed up by what the big-chinned man next to him says, isn't it? 1, he saw the Japanese man there. 2, he saw no one else. And 3, he saw the Japanese man there. Oh, that's another 3 steps. All this really does seem more and more like a waltz, doesn't it?
Right.
and the prosecution will waltz its way to victory if I let you speak much more.
Hold it!
A fraudsman? What do you mean by that, madam? It really is a most tiresome problem for the company, most irritating. We can be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence, we can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued. I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you? I'm the wife of Augustus Altamont, owner of the Altamont Gas Company. I'm sure that name won't come into play in the future at all.
Good gracious. Altamont gas, you say?
Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe, but proper handling is essential. As I'm sure our employee from the East End branch office would be first to agree. Absolutely, Lady Quinby. Gotta be used properly. Altamont gas is the best in the world, of course. I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier. I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. He bowed in deference to his employee's wife, did he? So would I be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Meterman was watching what Mr. Shamster was up to in his room? I'm afraid that there's no end to the length the population of the East End will go in order to steal our gas. So I really have no choice when the company identifies someone as a possible fraudsman. But to dispatch a worker to watch the suspect day and night, we're very thorough in our investigations. So you mean Mr. Shamspeare is... I wouldn't come out and say it in public, but you can finish that sentence with the grubby little gas thief. You have noticed the public gallery in here, have you? The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. Faith, wouldst thou be wound me with thy words, were I to let them penetrate the skin. But seraphs hear not insults, only choirs of angels in song. You may not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around you until they find it. And when they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in an Altamont gas explosion. God damn! She just threatened to kill him in court, in open court. And I'm just sitting here like, so Mr. Shamspeare has been stealing gas. It depends. We got paid more than... What did I get paid? I was there for half a day, and I think I got like 20-something bucks. It might be like minimum wage per hour here. That is not justified self-defense, no. I wonder, juror number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement. My pleasure. Was it the bit about ripping that thief apart you enjoyed? A little before the part about abject violence, if it's not too much trouble. Yes, of course. This could be it. This could be the shit. This could shift the balance.
Hold it!
Right now I'm looking at putting 2 and 4 against each other. Keep talking about needing to take home some money. What's that all about, sir? God, we already know. Wait. Finish last. That's what it's about. What's that? Talking about the Derby at Hyde Park, aren't I? It was the Queen's Cup last week, wasn't it? The Derby? It was a dead cert. That's the thing I couldn't lose. So I took my wife's secret savings, like But then that hopeless mayor went and did the unthinkable. Ah, it's stupid. Finished last. Oh dear, I think it's clear what happened, isn't it? This is the day the missus uses her savings for a trip down to the pub. So come on, let this business slide now. Just give it up.
No, that's not gonna happen. Dude needs to get his wife's drinking money back.
Objection.
Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious, those two statements. To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
Juror number 1. What are you yelling about, lad? I presume you've heard juror number 4's statement, made by the wife of the owner of Altamont Gas? Well, yes. The victim, who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man, in fact turns out to be a common thief, accused thief. She herself said they need to get hard evidence, and they don't have it yet. So the good lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much. It's true, we don't have evidence as such just yet. But the claims aren't baseless, you know. What? You heard me, seeing as his operation has already been compromised. I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch office employee over there. Oh, do whatever you say, m'lady. Gasman's honor. It's fine. I don't have any issue with the examination, the way they carry out the examination of the jurors. Juror number 1, you say you're a man of your word. I could show that Mr. Shamster is a liar. You assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt. Yes, I did say that. As a man of my honor, I'll hold to it, as I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will. Me? Oh, well, yes. Now that we found out the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further.
Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you've all been saying. This means you'll recap a few points that would shoot me down to the ground. Well, I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial over and done with.
In that case, I shall change my leading. So, Mr. William Shamsmere, if that is your real name, we of the jury demand to know exactly what kind of man you really are. Splendee's nuts, juror number 2. That's 4 jurors. 4 for not guilty. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Yes, Mr. Naruto, victory! Just throw up the V. Order, order!
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
This is quite extraordinary, I must say, even though it happens every single time. As a result of the defense's summation examination, the jury's leaning has changed. Now only 2 jurors say guilty, while the 4 say not guilty, and therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord, and order the trial to continue.
Throw it! Throw it! Throw it! Little bitch. You have spoiled the bouquet, Mr. Shamspeare. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find they are unable to trust you, the victim. You blamed him. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. So God mend me, I do swear. This gasman speaketh that which concerns him most. Not but gas, not but thin air. Aye, it burneth bright a while, but it hath no substance, and it doth reek foul.
Oi, what'd you say?
Do I take it, Mr. Shamster, that you deny the allegations of gas theory?
Most heartily, my lord, hast thou forgot? I am as a seraph, an angel, noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart.
Ah, you flowery-mouthed, pompous beanpole, just because I haven't got the evidence yet.
Mr. Shamspear, if in fact you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom.
It is my considered opinion that at the present time no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. All testimony heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on this case.
Yes, it would. Yes, it would.
Oh, no.
However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the point further.
Objection!
Did you just object to what I said? I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas in this case are unrelated. Juror number 4.
Yes?
Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man had been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him?
That's right, we do. Don't we, worker? Absolutely, Lady Quinby, Gasman's honor.
I don't think I've ever heard somebody called a beanpole either. Maybe like once.
Very well then, we will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, has been stealing gas.
Yes, my lord, it'll be my pleasure. The Almont gas, if I may, my lord.
Go ahead, madam.
This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind.
I would fucking mind this.
Oh, yeah, sweet as honey. Yeah.
The juror cannot. Oh my god.
Can't be a witness. Can't be a witness. Can't be a witness.
Very well, as an exception, I shall honor your request.
Based on what? Why are you making this this exception? Because she's purty or something?
Thank you, my lord. You wait till the boss gives you an earful, or it's gonna sting, you mark my words. Ah, because he's a bee.
So you will both testify before the court the subject of the illegal consumption of the Altamont Gas Company's fuel.
Yes. Is that clear, my good man? Clear as Altamont gas, my lady. Which is the clearest in the world.
Well, he's a company man, that's for sure. Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Miss Susato?
I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo.
Let me just put it this way, Techie. There have been more egregious violations of that idea in prior trials. All right. That is a little over 4 hours. I am fucking exhausted. My throat hurts. I need to go and rest a little bit. Yes, hello, I am British person. Where's Crystal Tower? So Friday will be members night. We won't have another Ace Attorney stream until next Monday, but then we'll start up with the multiple times a week then. At least twice a week for Ace Attorney. So let's get ready for that. But for this week at least, tomorrow, no stream, or Wednesday. Maybe a stream on Thursday. But that's a huge maybe. I am not, as of right now, assume there is no stream. Unless I post otherwise in the community post or Discord. Oh yeah, of course, CJ. You gotta take care of business. Ha! No problem, Halucha. Yeah, thank you everybody for coming back and hanging out. I appreciate you guys. Back after all that time. Thank you to CJ for the $10 and 2 orange treats. Yum yum. Yum yum. So be on the lookout for next stream, whether it's going to be Thursday or Monday, and I was assuming Monday. Assuming. And then for members, if you want to come and play some games on Friday, we'll be doing that. Oh, one other thing for members, if you were a member, if you would have been eligible for that night last month, or this month, I should say, earlier this month, the one I had to cancel, you will still be eligible to join Friday, even if your Twitch sub or YouTube membership expired, since you would have been able to otherwise had it not been for viral infection. So keep that in mind. All right, everyone. I'll see you all next time. Thanks for watching, and have a great day.
Careful, buddy.